Good evening, or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Design Review Board public meeting of October 10th, 2019 is called to order. Please refrain from talking amongst yourselves during the meeting, and please turn off or put on vibrate all cell phones at this time. If you need to talk, please leave the meeting room. Anyone who wishes to speak, including applicants on any of the applications to be reviewed today, are asked to completely fill out one of the speaker's cards provided at the table by the front door and submit it to staff. You will be asked to speak by the board when your case is called. Anyone who wishes to be re-noticed about a project in the event of a return for redesign decision must completely fill out one of the postcards provided at the table by the front door and submit it to staff to receive notice of subsequent hearings. Current DRB agendas are available by visiting our website at www.glendaleca.gov. A handout describing the procedures of the meeting, possible board decisions, and DRB appeal is available from staff. Roll call. Ms. Arzumanian.
Here.
Ms. Boyajian.
Here.
Mr. Benlian.
Present.
Mr. Simonian. Absent. And Mr. Welsh.
Present.
Report regarding the posting of the agenda. The agenda for this meeting was posted on the bulletin board outside City Hall at or before 5 p.m. on October 3rd of 2019. Oral communications. Do you have any cards on an item that are not a part of the agenda?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Is there anybody in the audience that wants to speak on an item not a part of the agenda? Staff announcements. We don't have any staff announcements at this time, so we'll drop down to our first DRB case on Winchester.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get started with case number PDR 1913400 1368 Winchester Avenue, and we'll kick it off with the staff report.
Great. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The first case this evening is case number PDR 1913400. It's a review of a proposal to construct a new one-story 2,535 square foot single-family residence with an attached two-car garage. The house is proposed at 1368 Winchester Avenue on an 84,077 square foot lot. The lot is zoned R1, floor area ratio District 1. The subject site contains a one-story single-family residence and detached garage, which will be demolished as a result of the project. Staff believes that the site planning of the project is appropriate for the following reasons. The first, actually, let me step back. The plans are in back of you, sort of in the center. The 35-foot street front setback of the proposed residence and its overall site planning is consistent with the homes on this block of Winchester. The attached rear garage de-emphasizes this feature and is consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. Most of the homes in the neighborhood have non-visible or less visible garages in the back. And then finally, mechanical equipment along the side of the proposed residence screens them from view of the street, from the street. Staff also believes that the mass and scale of the proposed residence is appropriate. While the proposed residence will be the largest in the neighborhood, the one-story design and rear garage successfully integrate this project into the surrounding neighborhood. Additionally, the one-story entryway is appropriately scaled, and the side yard setbacks do vary, which we also like to see. Regarding the design and detailing of the project, there are several tweaks staff has identified that should be made to improve the overall project. The first is, step back. The proposed residence appears to be inspired by the craftsman style Detailing of the residence leads more toward the modern style or more contemporary style. Additionally, the left front window includes an overscaled sort of traditional detail around the windows. Staff suggests several conditions of approval to achieve a more consistent, cohesive craftsman style. As conditioned, staff supports the design and detailing of the project because the entryway is modest in scale, trash is well hidden from public view, and the overall detailing, as conditioned, will be more consistent. The material board is right there. Yeah, thanks. So that'll be passed around, and then again, pictures and sort of the neighborhood stats are posted on the board. Staff is recommending approval of the project with the following conditions. The first condition is the overall detailing of the residence shall be one consistent style, which is implemented throughout the residence. The second, amend the design of the front porch columns to be less bulky in appearance. The third, raise the height of the stone wainscot to the sill height of the left front window and use a capstone. Fourth, alter detailing of the front porch railing and all gates and fences to be more sympathetic to the craftsman style. Fifth, eliminate the cast stone window surround at the street-facing facade and use similar detailing as other windows. The final, final condition, windows shall be a darker fiberglass color, and the trim color, including the fascia, railings, columns, and entry door, should be coordinated. Again, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Kiesel. Do we have any questions for staff?
I did have one on the raising up the stone veneer on the facade there. Are you proposing that it be raised up for the entire side of the house as well, or just to maybe turn the corner?
It needs to terminate at a logical spot wherever that is.
Okay. But we're not giving them any specific directions on extending it further down the side or anything like that?
We had, when we talked about it, when we talked about it, we did have it turning the corner and running to the back where, at the point where the house turns.
Okay.
And that's if the fence that's there, the gate that's there is not solid. If it's solid, then we can
terminate
stop
at the
it
gate.
earlier.
Okay.
Okay. And any other questions for staff? No questions? Okay. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing, and I'll invite the first speaker, the architect, Mr. Edward Hagobian.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and board members. My name is Edward Hagobian, 220 South Kenwood Street, Suite 210 is my address. I agree with the condition except 2 or 3 of them. One, that we have only one big, large window facing the street. Proportionally, I think that needs a wider frame. Otherwise, it will look, comparing to the small windows are okay not to have that. But that's a large window. It needs a proportionally something that goes with the size of the window. That's one thing. And I will change the columns. I agree with staff comment. I can make it either cylindric or narrower or whatever we can work out, or you recommend to do it. Same is with the railings. Yeah, I agree that the railing is not going with this style. That was the owner's preference. So I'll make it to maybe to be like vertical versus horizontal. And other than that, I don't think I have anything else to mention. If you have any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Hagobian? No questions for Mr. Hagobian?
No.
Okay, thank you.
you.
So there will be no need for rebuttal since there was no speaker on this project?
Give us 1 second. You want to speak on
Yeah,
this one?
yeah.
Okay,
On this
you're up
project?
then.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jennifer Barber. I am a homeowner that abuts their backyard at 1614 Bel Air Drive. A couple of months ago, I received a phone call from the new owner of the property, and she said that she had an appraisal done of, not an appraisal,
Survey?
a survey of the land, and that 2 feet of my backyard is actually her property. Well, we're the third owners. I've been at the house since 1997. The prior owners moved in around 1930. It's a 1926 home. They divided the property back in 1940, and it's the same wall that has been there since 1940. And she asserted that she had the right to tear down my wall and take 2 feet of my property. And so, given that the wall's been there for about 60 years, there's vegetation, bougainvillea all over it. We have our pool equipment going there. It is absolutely ridiculous to assert that they could steal 2 feet of our backyard. So I'm coming here before I told the owner that I will expect a letter from an attorney if she's saying that she's going to take down my back wall, and that, I'll pursue whatever avenue I have to stop that.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. So I want to touch on that point. I don't think the design review board, you can go, you're done. I don't think this is under our purview to discuss that matter, and I'll have staff address what are the required steps. But this is what we're approving today and what we're reviewing. We're reviewing their proposed design. We're not reviewing the location. We're not reviewing.
If you're gonna talk again-
We cannot have cross communication.
Can I just say one more thing?
Sure.
That she shared with me that her plans made it so that she would have to take down
That's
our
fine.
wall.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So I'll give it to staff if they want to comment on.
You're correct. It's really out of the board's purview, and in fact, it's really a private homeowner matter,
Civil matters.
civil matter, yeah. The city won't get involved in it either.
Okay.
So it's really between you and the other property owner.
Thank you.
There's some dispute on the,
Can I ask a follow-up question?
to me,
no.
or,
Well, I'm just wondering if.
why don't you just come up and,
Okay, thank you.
But ask all the questions now because we can't
Yeah,
keep
yeah,
going
I
back and forth.
I'm wondering if the design as it is would necessitate that extra square footage that she would be stealing from me.
Well, based on the which side which side of the
It's
property?
the rear?
If I could.
You're in the rear, yeah.
Sure.
Then it
Yeah,
wouldn't
so This is the home that's on the
Yeah.
corner of
Okay.
Winchester and
that
Bel
wouldn't
Okay,
then it wouldn't matter.
and then it's,
The design wouldn't matter.
okay,
Yeah.
it's 2 houses down, so
We got it. It shouldn't matter. What we're reviewing is the design, and had you been the person on the side of the
Right.
property, and let's say they're giving the minimum setback, then maybe that affects it, but since you're on the back side,
Right.
that shouldn't be an issue, what we're
Okay.
reviewing today.
How would I be, would I receive more correspondence?
Again, this is out of our scope, and even if we comment on it, like whatever we say
Right,
doesn't matter.
I'm just
because
scared to
no-
death that I'm going to come home and they've torn down my.
Nah, they shouldn't be able to tear it up.
Well,
without-
I'm not going to speak about
Yeah.
that. I don't know that. But if the board approves the project tonight, you will not receive any more notification. If the board returns the project for redesign, meaning they don't outright approve it, then what you need to do is fill out a brown postcard that's at the desk over here in order to be re-noticed about the hearing.
Okay, okay.
About the next
Whatever you
hearing.
do tonight
And
would
if
not
this,
affect me whatsoever.
What they're, well, they're
let me-
proposing,
Can I touch?
Yeah.
So if we approve this project, the next step, they will take it and go to the building department to submit their construction documents. So during that time, if you have an issue, I would say you should solve this issue between both of you guys during that time.
Okay, so I go to the permit department. Did you
Well,
guys-
I don't think the
this is,
city is going to get involved.
this is really a civil matter. If there's a property line dispute, you and the other property owner really need to work that out.
Yeah, the three things I would suggest is you need to work with the neighbor somehow, whether it's friendly or antagonistic, whatever it turns out to be. You might want to have a survey commissioned on your side, you commission a survey to see if they agree that this lot line has shifted or
Yeah, I
changed
mean,
over the years.
from the research I've done, after 7 years, and this is a 60-year-old wall, but after 7 years, it's not disputable. So my concern was that they would just get approval and then tear down the wall and then try to, deal with the consequences.
Point number three was, work with a lawyer to find out what your land use lawyer to find out what your options are.
Right.
I'm not sure that the 7-year statute of limitations applies to something like this. But I'm not a lawyer, but
Right,
a lawyer
right.
will help.
Yeah,
you.
no, that was my research. I just didn't want to, I wanted to make sure that I'm putting the kibosh on that happening before.
Before it happens.
Yeah, and
Before it
if
happened.
if it can be resolved in a friendly way, or in a, sometimes people might, work out a financial settlement. So
Right, yeah.
yeah,
it's
so
not
there could be
law.
lots of possibilities.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you. And do we need to call Mr. Hagopian for rebuttal? Because this is not, does he need
It's
to
up to
rebut
you.
that?
I mean,
Do you have something to add to that portion, Mr. Hagopian?
Once in a while with these projects that I do, I see this condition. It doesn't happen often. And always I recommend to the neighbors to hire their own surveyor to do the survey, as Jay said. And usually surveyors, this is a big liability for surveyors not to do the right thing and not to show the right property line. So I believe if you bring 3, 4 surveyors, all of them will end up with the same thing that our surveyor is done. So, as you said, this is a civil matter and they can continue their investigation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hagopian. I'll go ahead and close the public comment and open it up for deliberation, and I will start with Mr. Walsh.
Generally speaking, I think the project is fine. I like the fact that they kept it to one story, that it's in keeping with the neighborhood. I appreciate very much that they put the garage in the back so that it's in keeping with the neighborhood, and they're not trying to do something that's out of character. I generally support staff's recommendations. I just wanted a clarification on that's how the treatment at the corner was done, but I generally support their conclusions. I think a square post is best, not a round post, and just a smaller scale for that. But aside from that, I just support staff's recommendations.
Okay. And do you want to comment on I think the architect was okay with all the conditions except for the window at the front?
I defer to staff's conditions rather.
So
than- yeah.
you're with staff's
Yeah.
condition. Okay. Good enough. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Ms. Arzumania?
Thank you. I too am in support. It looks fine, and I was just going to say the same thing. I don't think cylindrical column would go with the design since we're trying to stick to one style. So a little less bulkier, same design, but again, I'm not an architect, so. I was just going to comment on, because the architect mentioned they're okay with changing the railings, but then I thought it wouldn't match with the gates, but I see your condition touches on that the railings and all gates need to be craftsman style, so that's that. And the windows, I It looks a little bit bulky, but again, I will leave it to staff. It is much larger than the other ones, so yeah, I have no idea.
Good enough. Thank you, Ms. Arzumanian. Ms. Boyajian?
Yeah, I agree with staff regarding the window surrounding molding. I think it is really not matching the rest of the windows is, and I don't think it needs to be more emphasized because it's already a large window. And then regarding the columns, I have a idea. I don't know if you are okay with that. It's up to you. So instead of having just round column or straight column, maybe we can move really with the craftsman style. And I sketched column, which from top is kind of a broken pyramid. So, and then to me, the continuation of the stone finishing can go with the same height as this and continuing under the window and surrounding a little bit of window. So another my idea per design, I can see there are local symmetries but are not maintained, particularly at the main entrance. Where's the entrance? On the left side, we have a column from facade. I advise, if it's possible, to have right column right between. We have three pedestals and we have two columns. I think third column will be appropriate here, so it will emphasize the window next to the door on the right side, and door by itself, like an entrance. And also, to me, besides the railing style, I not agree very much with the door design style. It's also in more in modern style done. Maybe a little bit of traditional door design will be better matching with craftsman style. In general, the facade looks nice. So, and I really, really appreciate, and I agree with Mr. Welch about the garage push being behind it. Solution on the side plan is really nice. So, in having this big house, it doesn't look very big from the street and not pushing. So, and I agree with Ms. Arzumanian regarding gate design also. So I think these details needed to be considered.
Okay, good. Thank you, Ms. Boyajian. So, couple things I want to touch on. So, it's good that you have an idea, but typically we try not to kind of give too much, like, present the design to them where they have to follow. So we want to keep it open and they have to come up with the design. But the idea is good, and I agree with your comments. So I agree with my colleagues. I think it's a well-designed project. It's very modest. You said big house, 2,500 square feet. It's not a big house.
Well,
compared to the size, yeah.
Yeah.
So modest size, one floor. It's not massive, and it's the way it's sitting on the site plan. It's mimicking the neighborhood, and it's also very similar. If you look at what's existing, it's kind of like almost similar footprint in terms of like the site placement. So I think it's well done, modest design, and I think staff did a great job with the conditions, because every issue, I had few issues, minor stuff, they covered it in their conditions. Like, I don't have anything to add to that. In terms of the columns, I agree with my colleagues. I think square and less bulky, and maybe the base is maybe what making it look bulkier than what it is, and maybe what's above the base, that's maybe the right size that the column needs to be. So we'll leave that between you and staff, and whoever you want to go with that idea, go with a different idea, whatever you want to go with. We don't want to put any restrictions on you, so I'll leave it to you. In terms of the property owner next door, again, this is outside of our purview. What we're approving here is just the design and the site plan, and the best idea is for the two neighbors to work with each other. That would be less costly than doing anything else. Other than that, I like the project, and Yeah, I agree with all staff conditions, and for that first, that window on the street, I see what Mr. Hagobian is saying. The size of the window is pushing the frame around it to also be proportionally appropriate to the size, and that's what making it a little more bulky. But maybe if try to reduce it a little bit and go closer with the rest of the windows, see how that looks. That might help. Other than that, I think we're all in agreement, and I'll go ahead and entertain a motion if one of you want to make the motion.
Are there any changes to the conditions? No, right?
I think
Well,
as
the only change I had was to
Yeah.
condition number 2, amend the design of the front porch columns to be less bulky in appearance, add a third column, which
would
I thought Ms. Arzumanian
That's
spoke
mine.
about. Is it-
Michael.
no.
Yeah.
She had that idea, but I don't know if we have consensus. I'm not with adding another column.
Two is fine, yeah.
Okay.
The 2 columns is fine.
Okay. Chris, did you have anything?
And also about the, was it number 3? Mr. Welsh, you wanted to be a little bit more specific, the height of,
I think they get it. So
Yeah.
if the gate, he's redesigning the gates to be more
oh, that's true.
to more appropriate, and if he goes with something more solid, then
Yeah.
staff said he can terminate it at the gate.
Right, so you just follow the guidelines,
Yeah.
turn the corner and terminate at the most logical point, so, right.
And then regarding the surround around the larger window at the front, I just heard from Mr. Benlian that you thought maybe a smaller.
I think staff's condition.
The condition is eliminate, and so I wasn't sure.
Oh, eliminate,
Yep.
okay.
Now, one thought I had, part of the problem with that surround is it's a very classical sculptural form. If we're calling this a craftsman house, which is a real stretch in my opinion, but since we're talking about it that way, maybe a flat piece of trim around that window could highlight it, be more in keeping with the simple style, and give it the little emphasis that Mr. Hagopian wants.
I'm okay rewriting that condition as you.
So it
as
could be
you-
either eliminate or
Eliminate or
Substance.
revise.
call it flat
yeah.
trim, a simpler kind of profile.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Okay. Then I'll,
So conditions stay as is, except for number 5, it'll be eliminate or replace with
A simpler
a simpler,
profile
yeah.
surround.
Less bulky.
I think that's straightforward. So we can make a motion with the stated conditions and with just a minor alteration to number 5.
I move to approve with the stated conditions.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion was made to approve the project with conditions. This will be a roll call. Ms. Arzumanian,
Yes.
Mr. Welsh,
Yes.
Ms. Boyajian,
Yes.
and Mr. Benlian.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
What I'd like to do is take a quick break to let Mr. Simonian.
Yeah, let's
arrive.
take 5.
Okay. I'm not sure where he's in transit, but. All right. Let me get the picture up. Good evening again, Mr. Chair, members of the Design Review Board. The final case this evening is case number 1908439. It's a review of a proposal to approve 3 murals on an existing commercial complex located at 1833 through 1855 Victory Boulevard. The 3 murals are already installed. One faces Allen Avenue and 2 face Irving Avenue. The plans, site plan and then elevations sort of depicting where the murals are behind you, posted behind you, as well as photos of the existing murals. And then at your desk, I have, there are screenshots of the front of the building, which the majority of which faces Victory Boulevard. So about a year ago, October 2018, the board approved murals to be located on the Victory Boulevard facade of the building. The murals facing Irving Avenue were part of this request. So the murals that or 2 of the 3 murals that you are looking at today were part of the request last year. However, a condition of the board approval prohibited murals on this street. The Neighborhood Services Division has had an open code violation case on this property as a result of the Irving Avenue murals being installed without proper approvals. Approval of this project, meaning approval of these 3 murals, will rectify the code violation. The mural facing Allen Avenue was installed also without proper approvals prior to January of 2019. Staff isn't sure when, but this mural was not a part of the October 2018 overall project. So that's new to you.
So, Mr. Kiesel, just to clarify, so we're looking at 3
You're looking at 3
murals. 2 of them, one wasn't part, and one that we requested for it to be removed, correct?
Of the 3, 1 is new today, and the 2 on Irving Avenue were part of the approval or were part of the request last year.
To remove.
But yes, you said no to those 2 mural locations. And I'll go into it a little bit more later. You said yes to Victory Boulevard locations. And the Irving Avenue locations, murals, were never removed. And so there is still a code enforcement case ongoing regarding those murals.
Okay, thanks.
And no new murals were added to Victory, or none of the approved murals were added to Victory?
As I know, no. And then I've got Google up on the screen here from May of this year, and I haven't seen any murals on the screen. I don't know if anything's happened since then.
But instead, since the last hearing last year, they added the one that you've marked as C up there, the
Correct.
three-sided one?
Right.
So that's a brand new one that wasn't seen by this board.
Correct, yeah. It's a little confusing, I'm sorry. We try to make it as clear as possible, but yeah, that's, it appears that you all understand that, so. All right. So in your decision of October 2018, you decided not to approve the proposed and existing Irving Avenue murals because they faced a residential street, and you believed that these murals would detract from the surrounding area. So that was your reasoning. That's one of the findings that you need to make in approving murals. This is a similar situation to the Allen Avenue mural. Allen Avenue is also a residential street. So should the board maintain that the murals detract from the neighborhood, given the present residential nature of both streets, the present request tonight should be denied, as both streets continue to be residential in nature. there hasn't been any significant movement along those streets to make it more commercial. They're still pretty much as they were last year. Based on the board's 2018 decision, staff is recommending that the board deny the project. So, stepping back now, I'm going to go through the 6 findings that you need to make for murals. The first is murals shall not contain any letters, numbers, or symbols that constitute any form of advertisement or commercial message. So one of the existing murals on Irving Avenue contains the artist's name, its location, Los Angeles, and the year the mural was installed. The other 2 murals only contain images. Should the board reverse their 2018 decision and approve the murals, a condition will be added that none of the murals contain letters, numbers, or symbols. So that mural that contains Los Angeles, the name of the artist, would need to be modified in order to comply with this finding. Murals shall not contain any obscenities. There are no obscenities on the murals currently. The third, murals shall not detract from the architecture of the site or surrounding area. And this is the finding that you had issues with last year. The board, as I mentioned, ultimately decided not to approve the Irving Avenue murals because they face a residential street and would detract from the surrounding area. In staff's opinion, the neighborhood really hasn't changed significantly, and should the board maintain that the murals detract from the neighborhood, this present request should be denied. The board, however, could reconsider this decision as well. The fourth finding, murals shall not cause the removal of landscaping. Should the board approve the project, a condition of approval will be added that requires the applicants to provide new landscape plans adjacent to Irving Avenue for the little setback area that's in front of the murals and in back of the sidewalk. The fifth finding, murals must be durable and capable of being well maintained. The existing murals are painted to the building walls with an oil-based paint, or an oil type of paint. The applicant has said that they are committed to maintaining and repairing the murals. And then the final finding is murals shall be located on existing walls. The existing murals for which the applicant is requesting approval are located on the southern facade of the building facing Irving Avenue, as well as along Allen. So
Got it, Mr. Kiesel.
that concludes what I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Simonian has a question for you.
Yes, and thank you for reiterating parts of the second DRB conditions, which was the board requesting that the murals on Irving be removed. I'm wondering what other conditions were there, such as landscaping or other conditions that the board had prescribed in the second hearing, or even the first, that you think should be brought up for us as a refresher, and if those conditions were met over time?
They were basically the standard conditions contained in the findings. No mural shall contain obscenities, no mural shall...
Once he went through.
Just the ones you went through, but nothing in addition, such as landscaping?
Landscaping, yes, because there is a finding that says,
No landscape.
Murals shall not cause
yeah, it can be
removal of
removed. So that's kind of a standard
And was
condition.
any landscaping removed as a...
Well, there was not. However, there's an area between the sidewalk and the Irving Avenue murals that wasn't well landscaped.
Understood.
And I think there was some discussion about trees.
Yeah.
I remember something, that's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a current condition to provide a landscape plan. So well, it depends where this goes, I guess, with your final recommendation.
Right.
But it's possible that the previous condition wasn't met, so.
Understood. And last question I have, Mr. Chair, is that in the first time this case was brought against us, I remember there were, I don't know, half a dozen, even maybe 10 community members here in opposition. Did any of them file an appeal at that point in time? Or have there been any appeals along the way?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
But my memory is that the board's decision to pull back on the murals facing toward the residential streets was in part
A
a
pacifier,
response
as
to the,
in a way, it was a compromise that we offered to the neighborhood as a
to
way
the
of
best of my memory. That was-
remedying the problem.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know how well you can see what's on the screen. This is the surface parking lot that's at the intersection of Allen and Irving. And these murals here, as well as one facing.
Allen and
Ellen,
Victoria.
Victory, correct? Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did I misspeak?
Yeah.
Sorry. So those murals, as well as this one here, were the initial murals that were proposed and approved roughly 2 years ago.
I remember those, yeah.
And then there was a second set last year, and then we're here tonight.
Understood.
Thank you. Any more questions for staff? No questions for staff, so we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing, and we'll start with the applicant, Ben.
Okay. Can you guys hear me okay? First of all, thank you for the board for taking the time to review this. My main reason for coming up...
Name and address, please.
Oh, the address is 1833 Victory Boulevard.
And name?
I'm sorry?
Name.
My name? Ben Goretsky. Sorry.
No, you have to read it for the record.
Oh, okay.
We're good.
All right.
Go for it.
Yeah, so my main purpose to come up and talk to you guys while you guys are reviewing these murals is to give you a little bit more insight and a little bit more information. We understand that there's some conflicts of saying that the murals are located, like I guess major concern is that they're located on a residential area. One of the things that we ask that you consider is that even though it is a residential area, across from the mural, there is a huge business building directly across from it, as well as an alleyway. And it's not like facing direct houses or anything like that. We know our neighbors very well. It's EVS. And as we were actually putting up the mural, they loved it, and like we haven't had any complaints from our direct neighbors about it. The other thing that we ask that you consider when you look at both, or should I say 3 of these murals, is that in your packets we gave you information about all the artists involved, or the 2 artists involved, which is Nichos from Austria and Jason Naylor, who's a New York-based artist. All of these artists have large followings, are world-renowned, and it's actually a great honor for us to have them do these murals in the city of Glendale. They bring a lot of social media to the city. They bring a lot of the art community out to the city. It's been featured in multiple art magazines, stories, like I said, social media posts. So these aren't just like murals that we just put up just because. We actually took time in thinking about the artists involved. The one other note that I would say about the 2 murals located on Irving, which are made by the Austrian artists, is that we understand that there's the concern about that wall wasn't approved primarily, but one of the major problems, which I'd like you guys to consider, and you can probably look this up in your city records, is that we had a constant problem of graffiti on those walls, constant. Meaning we would have graffiti put up there, the city would come out and clean it. Literally 3 days after the city would come out and clean it, we'd have graffiti up on that wall again. And what we've seen is that when we put up these murals designed by artists that actually get recognition and people love it, the graffiti stops. And that's exactly what happened. We put up these awesome murals up there, and the graffiti has stopped on our building. So just these things we'd like you to consider when you guys are reviewing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Steve Feng.
Thank you, Board. My name is Steve Fang. I am representing 270 West Linden Avenue in Burbank, which is just adjacent to the applicant's property, and it is housing 5 families in a 5-unit apartment building. Just want to first identify that I understand that there's an open code violation case, and normally in construction, even all the expenses that go into construction situation, but there's an open case or a violation, usually you have to immediately take down or stop whatever was in violation. So I ask that whatever the 3 murals that are in violation be immediately taken down because it's not approved. The second point I wanted to make was currently these graffiti pictures are inconsistent with the community's design standards, and it continues to be excessive as more of the graffiti is represented in the community. It devalues our property and creates an unsafe environment. Last night was at the property walking to my car on Allen, and it just did not feel very safe within this community. When you type in graffiti, you also, into Google, you see very consistent pictures with what is represented on the walls. I understand it was originally approved for some of these art items, but it's become more excessive than necessary, and I wish we maybe would have reconsidered the previous approvals. It encourages graffiti in public places and private property. Sure, it's not on his wall, but it certainly is extended. There's more trash in the area as well. So it feels like the community isn't being taken care of since the first piece of art. It doesn't represent our neighborhood and our community. I think it's clear through the other community members that have joined, and as I've talked to, they just are frustrated and don't think anything can change at this point in time. I would like to consider that if you walked out of your house the next morning and saw your neighbor with these types of drawings on their wall, you would probably be as frustrated as many of the other community members in our neighborhood. I just want to also say that we're not denying them their First Amendment right, and we're not limiting their freedom of speech. I think they have a right to that, and by any means, this isn't about that.
We got it.
Okay. So
you need to wrap it up. That was the timer.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So no more speakers. So do we give them a rebuttal? You can come back for a rebuttal if you want to. You don't have to if you're good.
No.
No. Okay. So
No rebuttal?
I would just say that we haven't seen any change in terms of things like trash or any other crime or anything that's that the individual has said that's happened to the neighborhood. We've actually seen quite the opposite. We've actually seen a lot of our neighbors that live on Irving and Allen visit the locations, you could see a lot of their social media of them taking pictures with the murals. The Jason Naylor piece, which has a lot of hearts and rainbows and colors, you'll see people from the equestrian center come up with their horses and take pictures in front of it, come up with their dogs and take pictures with it. It's at the end of the day, we feel that these murals are wonderful for the community, and we feel that the most of the community likes them too. So we just like you to keep that in mind.
Sounds good. We have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'd like to at least get your take as to why you keep on locating the murals in an area that this board has said it is inappropriate to place them at, where we've specifically allowed the murals on Victory. So there has been numerous conversations where we've said you could even put more murals on Victory, I believe, which is what occurred on case number 1 when you
Yes.
came in front of the DRB. And we said we support the arts, and we said we support what you're doing, and if there's a location within the city, let's say for these murals to exist or coexist, it might be in an industrial area. That said, no one's saying you can't have your artistic freedom. And so why not put it on Victory where we've asked you to put it or allowed you to put it?
Actually, one of the reasons we haven't put it on Victory, and I believe that the piece that's on Irving was, I think we were unfortunately I wasn't in the meetings. I don't know exactly where in the process we were for the ones on Irving, but the ones on Allen, which actually go around the concrete block, which is the electrical station there, we actually thought that it was part of the approval process of it because there's a continuation kind of that wall.
No, we were pretty specific as to pointing out on the facade which panels were appropriate, which panels were not appropriate.
And they were all
And so we're having a very
located.
frank conversation right now.
I understand.
I'm not buying that excuse you just gave us. Frankly, I'm being very honest with you. We were very upfront about, this is the facade on Victory, these are the panels that we think is appropriate.
And they were specifically marked on the site plan.
That's right.
And we even talked about like how they're framed and what kind of landscape and
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions for the?
Well, I'd like to, any comments?
I would like to say I'm not trying to come up with any excuses. I apologize if we did do something that we were not told to do. I personally was not involved in those meetings, and maybe there was just miscommunication. I'm not trying to say, you told us not to do it and we did it anyway. That's in no case what we're trying to say here. So what I think it was is that at the end of the day, we thought that it was all part of the alleyway, that one of the walls, or the wall that is the brick wall, literally goes into the alley and is conjoined with some of the other murals that we already have up there. And I think that was one of the reasons why we probably thought that it would be okay. But I can understand where you guys are coming from. The only thing I can say is, we apologize. But I think in reviewing this, what we're asking is that, look, these murals are up. They're beautiful murals done by fantastic artists. The community seems to love them, so we're just asking that you please consider that when reviewing this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And no more questions, so we'll go ahead and close it and open the public part. And I will start with Mr. Simonian because you and I have the history on this, and most of I think RNA was part of one of the meetings.
One of them.
Mr. Walsh and Ms. Boyajian weren't, so they're not gonna know. But hearing what you have to say, I think it's gonna help.
Right. And I think your recollection is correct, Mr. Bellion, as you indicated, we had identified certain areas in the site plan. So in general, I think we had concerns. We let them know that the Irving murals were inappropriate. We let them know that the murals at the gateway of residential streets were inappropriate. We let them know exactly what areas of Victory they could put the art on. We supported their right. We supported their right to the murals. We supported their right for portraying their freedom of speech. We just said, do it in a manner and do it in a location that it's not offensive and will not diminish the taste of the residential neighborhood off of the residential streets. And I absolutely agree with, one of the speakers that said, if this happened around the corner from your house, how would you feel? Well, for those reasons, we were very sympathetic and said, well, perhaps it's not appropriate to have the murals on the two sides of the building. And if we are going to allow this kind of an artistic impression, where else would you do it in the city but in the industrial zoned area, let's say, commercial industrial zone?
Facing Victory was
Facing
appropriate,
Victory.
yeah.
And we identified on the site plan, we said these are it. Now, here we have a situation where we have a three-time offender. I mean, I've been on this board since 2006, I believe, and I don't remember a case where someone's come back twice, let alone three times. So we have a situation where we had the second case and we told them to remove the Irving murals, and you're shaking your head, but it's on the record, but maintain the murals or even add murals on Victory as you please. However, it's been a year and a half. Neighborhood Services has spent a lot of energy on trying to remedy and trying to get rid of the mural on Irving. And in addition, last time, and even the time before, but one of the two times, there was the city attorney present at the hearing, and she said there can't be any letters, there can't be any numbers, there can't be any symbols, but in a way she kind of went through the mindset of why those symbols, letters, numbers shouldn't be on there, and that was part of our approval. And then since then, they've come ahead and put those either letters, numbers, or symbols on the mural. So I strongly would suggest that we again maintain that the murals on the sides of the building be removed and really stick with the decisions of or the approval basis from the second hearing, which was, if it's going to occur, it should happen on Victory. Those are my thoughts. I'd love to hear others, and
Okay.
but that's kind of the direction I'm going at. Yes.
Message, we got the message. Ms. Arzumanian, I'm going to go with you because you were here.
Sure. I echo Mr. Simonian's comments, and also it's just the fact that, especially on unapproved murals on the walls are not even following the standards. That's very concerning to me. One of them does contain letters, and all the other that the staff identified, number 3 and 4. So, yeah, especially if we're not going to hear their explanation, and that will help us make a decision. It's just, I don't know how we would, right?
Yeah, I think he tried to explain his part, but I don't know if you were. I don't think you were part of the first
wasn't.
meeting.
Yeah.
So I don't want to create this as a dialogue, but I think it's gonna be good for the rest of the members. The first meeting they came in, they had the murals and they were coming for approval, and we said, "Is this gonna happen?" No, it's already happened. It was an existing condition type of deal. And we went ahead and approved them, and they said, sorry, we didn't know that we needed to go through the process to get these approved. That's
So
what
these are the ones that are adjacent
This-
to the parking lot area?
Yes.
This was, the first time,
this is the
about
first
2.5 years ago. But let me clarify something. It was the mural on facing the alley that was there
Yeah.
without approval. I don't believe any of the
These
current
weren't there.
murals
Yeah, no, they weren't there.
within the parking lots
Correct.
were there.
There was one inside the park.
Whatever.
Okay, well-
The point I'm trying to make is they said we didn't know. Next time we know. And then the second time they came, they also had new murals that happened, it was this one here that happened also without. We're like, what happened? We approved it. We approved, and we were very specific. And at that meeting, we said, okay, the first time we were kind enough and we approved them. Second time we weren't going to be. We're like, they're okay on Victory. We specified the locations. We gave a specific conditions, and we requested that this mural to be removed. Now this is the third time this coming back, and this hasn't been removed. And then there has been another one added on the other side.
So
that's
the one that's
background.
been added now, again,
Yes.
without any approvals.
Yes. That's where we at. So you can go next. I mean, this, I just wanted to frame.
And whether you were off or on one of the murals sitting here or there, because I see the applicant kind of shaking his head, it's irrelevant. The point is that every time that we were here, they were asking for permission
That for stuff they've done
to
already.
legalize something that had occurred.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can appreciate, the notion of doing murals, and I really think that it can be beneficial to the community, but I agree with my colleagues. They need to be appropriately cited, and especially coming in after the fact is a fait accompli without having gone through the process when you kind of knew that there was a process to follow. Kind of not cool. And, while I can appreciate that these artists have some background and credentials, we still live in a city of rules, and particularly when it affects the impact of the neighborhood. We have neighbors who came out before, have come out again, and said, this is not cool. And we, as a body, have a duty to defend neighborhoods and respect the scale and the massing and the things that respond to communities. And this is just not respectful towards that. So I'm in agreement. I think we'll stand with the prior precedent of what we've done before.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Mr. Swanian, you wanted to say something?
No.
Ms. Boyajian?
I completely.
Go for it, Mr.
Just to make you aware, I think the applicants would like to talk again. It's totally up to you.
I'll have Ms. Boyajian say her comments, and then I'll open it up and I'll have him address some of the issues. Go for it.
I see this really not understandable to me, like after 2 meetings, and this is a 3rd meeting, going with the same steps again. So I think it's not fair to not maintain the rules which were established before. And I completely agree with my colleagues, and I appreciate for my colleagues, for introducing the prehistory of this case, and I would move on with your decisions.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I'm going to go ahead. I'll say my comments to last. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing and have you come back, and this will be your last chance to say whatever you need to say.
How much time do you want me to give him?
Give him 2 minutes.
I just want to quickly say, I understand that you guys see this as like our 3rd time coming here and our 3rd time trying to tell you like that this is like our 3rd offense. I have to apologize because when we did come here the first time, and I wasn't here, my brother and co-owner of the property, Alex, was here. We don't know too much about the city process. You have to forgive us about that. We know that we did have an issue where it wasn't approved, and we didn't know that we could do what's called a rebuttal. We just didn't know.
I think appeal.
I'm sorry, appeal. We didn't know that we could do an appeal. When we lost the second time, we came and we talked to Roger, and we asked Roger, what can we do? And he basically told us, well, at this point, because you didn't know to file an appeal, you didn't file an appeal, this is what we have to do. We have to come back here the 3rd time. So this is why we're actually here the 3rd time. It's not like as a 3rd offense. It's just that we didn't know to do the appeal.
But why would you add a new mural? If you were coming back just for the second...
All of the murals, the murals that we're talking about, were all put up at the same time, actually.
No, there is one new one.
There is one new one that you've seen. I don't know when the one on Allen Avenue
Yeah, we've seen the pictures. The new one, this wasn't there when...
Yeah, I don't know when that one was installed.
All I can say is that when we put up the Nichos mural. I know that the artist that put up the other one, Jason Naylor, it was put up literally 2 to 3 days after the other one. Because we had like a whole celebration at the store for these murals, and it was the same time both artists were present. And I know I knew it was a big event because one of them's, like I said, from New York and the other one's from Austria, and to have them there at the same time was a big deal. So I know they went up at the same time.
Okay.
Whether or not the board saw both, or there was a rebuttal against the other one, or
Go for
I'm
it,
not sure.
Mr. Simonian has.
That's here nor there, because at the first case, you had put up a mural that had not been approved, and you asked for us to legalize it. So at that point, it should have been abundantly clear that you need to follow city rules and procedures. Plus, we told you where you could put it. So you might have not understood it the second time, but what about the first time? So, I mean,
The first time we were completely unaware that there was a process for mural approvers.
Okay,
I'm
you
just
got it.
being
Thank
honest
you.
with guys.
Thank you.
Oh, written.
Mr. Kiesel, you have something?
And follow.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, no, I thought you wanted to say something. So my comments, I'll echo also Mr. Simonian's and the rest of the board's comments. I think the first time we've seen this, the first time I was very easygoing because they said, okay, we don't know, and that's understandable, you know, like you're doing some artwork on your own building, and you might not think that you need to go through a process. Maybe, you know, some people don't know. And I bought it that time, and that's fine. Now, the second time, that's when I had an issue because, okay, you didn't know, but we told you last time, now you know. Right. And then the murals were happening in the spots where we said don't do them. And the third part, which is today, like I'm more concerned, had they removed the Irving one and followed what we told them, I would be open to looking at other murals. That's fine. But again, hasn't been removed, and we're back at the same spot. So at this point, I think I need to go back to the second hearing, and we're gonna deny. I'm thinking we're gonna deny these murals, and we're gonna go back to the conditions on the second meeting, and the one on Irving need to be removed.
correct.
And the other one, I don't remember what we did last time.
Well, this is a fresh project.
Okay.
So you can deny these murals and they will need to be removed. And if they're not removed, then code enforcement will proceed. If that's the direction you all decide to go, I will make it abundantly clear that the applicants have 15 days to appeal your decision. And if in fact they do, then the city council will hear the appeal.
No problem. I think it was pretty clear that all of us in agreement here that this is the direction where we're going to go.
Yeah, I think the direction is to remove the existing mural on Irving, in addition to remove the second mural.
Just to be clear, I think we're just basically issuing a flat denial, right? We don't put
Correct.
any conditions on removal or anything like that. We're just
Correct.
doing a flat denial.
So if they're denied, that means they need to be removed.
Correct.
Correct.
Well, that's implicit, yes.
Their project is, they're requesting installation of these 3 murals. The murals are already installed, but they're asking for permission to install these murals. And with a denial, you're saying, no, you can't install them.
Okay, fair enough.
So I'll entertain the motion.
I move to deny the applicant with the stated conditions.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, Simonian.
Simonian and Ms. Arzumanian.
Okay, a motion was made to deny the project. This will be a roll call. Mr. Simonian,
Yes.
Ms. Arzumanian,
Yes.
Ms. Boyajian,
Yes.
Mr. Welsh,
Yes.
and Mr. Benlian.
Yes.
Okay. Motion to deny carries 5-0. Thank you. Okay.
Do we have minutes that we need to approve? Let's see what was here.
Yes, minutes of September 26th.
And we were,
You all could
we're all
could
good.
leave if you'd like. We're going to go over some paperwork. Thank you.
Okay, so do I have a motion for we were all present.
I move to approve the minutes from September 26th.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, a motion was made to approve the minutes of September 26th. Roll call, Ms. Arzumanian,
Yes.
Mr. Simonian,
Yes.
Ms. Puyajian,
Yes.
Mr. Welsh,
Yes.
and then Mr. Benlian.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
So,
Motion to adjourn?
just a quick note, Mr. Simonian left for the last project last time.
Oh,
So
okay.
you were here.
So I
For the
I
rest.
can't second it.
Well, this was the
Somebody else needs.
This was the last meeting. I'm sorry. I thought this was the second
Yeah,
meeting
he
in
just
October.
left for the last. Wasn't here.
Okay, well, let's,
I can substitute my second if you don't.
so let's reverse
Redo
that. So Ms. Arzumanian is motioning. We have Mr. Welsh.
Second.
Seconding. Roll call, Ms. Arzumanian,
Yes.
Mr. Welsh.
Yes.
Ms. Boyajian,
Yes.
Mr. Simonian.
Yes.
And Mr. Benlian.
Yes. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Adjourned.
October 7, 2019, and this is Glendale Water and Power Commission meeting. Madam Secretary, would you please go to roll call?
1, roll call. President Evanesian,
Here.
Commissioner Carrasco,
Here.
Commissioner Kadikian,
Here.
Commissioner Law,
Present.
Commissioner Watson.
Here. Let's go to the next item.
2A, approval of the minutes for the September 5th, 2019 special meeting.
Yeah, I would like to move to approve the minutes with just one small typographical change in Section 3, GWP Commission and Staff Comments. In the 5th line, her should be changed to his, and that's it. That's my only change.
I noticed that. Yeah. I'll second the motion.
Okay, so it is approved. Let's go. Do you have any consent items? I mean, no.
We have none on the calendar.
Okay.
Except for the minutes.
All right. So let's go to the next item.
3, GWP Commission staff reports.
These are the comments. The reports are next. But Mr. President, if I may, members of the commission, I want to take this opportunity to recognize Mr. Watson. I believe this is his last meeting. I thought last meeting was the last meeting, but this is his last meeting. We greatly appreciate the time he has spent with us. Unfortunately, it was a short time, but we wish him well in his future endeavors and greatly appreciate it. Probably the biggest issue that the GW Commission will have in front of them outside of rates analysis was the Grayson Power Plant. So you got to be here for that, and we appreciate everything that you've done, and we again wish you luck in your future.
Thank you. I don't want anybody to think that because of the difficulties of determining what to do with Grayson Power Plant is the reason that I'm leaving, resigning from the commission. My wife and I are moving out of state in the next few days. And I'd like to say a few things. I'd like to thank my fellow commissioners. I regret that my time on the commission was short. When I accepted the position, I didn't anticipate that it would be so short, but things change. And I'd like to say something about the city of Glendale and Glendale Water and Power. You know, I spent over 41 years working in municipal government, and people rarely call or write letters or send emails to say positive things, unless you work in the fire department, because everybody loves the fire department. But you know, my career was in law enforcement, and people didn't thank us because they didn't get burglarized in the last week or their business wasn't the victim of a robbery. People don't call to say, you know, my bill came on time, thanks for not screwing it up. You know, the sewer system works well. The street was repaired, thank you for doing that. You know, you hear about complaints, and that's the nature of working in government. You expect that. But I want to say, you know, as a longtime resident of Glendale, I think we get very good services from the city, all the departments. And my experience with Water and Power Commission has opened my eyes to the way Water and Power operates. And I've lived and worked in communities that were served by Southern California Edison and LA Department of Water and Power. And I can honestly say I think the quality of service provided by Glendale Water and Power far exceeds those two other utilities, both in reliability and responsiveness. There's always ways to improve, and I think that's part of the Commission's role, to advise the department and the council on what, you know, how to make some of the difficult decisions, like what to do with Grayson. But overall, I think you do a good job. And having sat on the Commission for less than a year, it's exposed me to the staff of Water and Power. And it's been really eye-opening, and I think the quality of people you have working for you, Steve, is really outstanding, and I think that's due in part to the leadership you provide. So I just want to conclude my short term here in saying I think the people of Glendale are very well served by Glendale Water and Power, and thank you for doing so.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to appreciate as well, you know, what you did, all your wise approach and balanced approach. And in this short period of time, you were able to come to the speed, but unfortunately we are losing you. But anyway, any bad thing has got maybe a good thing for your life. So we really appreciate that.
Thank you.
If I could just add, sometimes you get quality over quantity. And in this case, I think we were the lucky recipients of having really your best quality work, especially regarding Grayson. That was such an important decision that is going to be influencing the future of the city and the future of all of the ratepayers here. And to have your good quality work, of course, we would have valued having you for longer, but to have it at that critical juncture is such a gift for us, for the city. So thank you very much for your participation at that critical time and for your wisdom and guidance at that critical time.
Commissioner Watson, just a simple thank you for your service, and I really appreciated your input and your time, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you as well, Commissioner, and good luck to you.
Okay, let's go to the next item.
Actually, I did have comments about, with regards to, if I can ask some questions with regards to the rolling blackouts which we've had last month. And I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time for it, but...
Well, we can cover it under item B,
Okay.
4B.
Okay.
However, Mr. Hahn, I was not able to make last meeting. I believe Mr. Hahn gave you an in-depth overview of the issue. I'm sorry, you may not have been here.
No, I was here. I was wondering, I understood why we were having the rolling blackout. I was wondering whether we have a timeline as to when we're going to be fixing those issues so that we...
I'll cover that in 4B for you.
That's where I was at.
Thank you very much. And as Mr. Zern said, we will cover under item B. Let's move forward.
4, reports for a customer service update.
Ms. Valle.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Tammy Valley, Customer Services Administrator, and I'll be presenting the first quarter customer service update for you. These are some of our accomplishments that we completed in the first quarter. As you know, the electric and water rates change on July 1st, as do the sewer rates. When we have rate changes, we have a comprehensive rate testing policy that we have to follow. That includes the testing and validation. We test approximately 300 accounts outside of the CIS in a testing CIS. It's calculated within the testing environment, and then we use an outside rate calculator so that we can reconcile and make sure that everything balances to the penny. So that was completed. We created dashboards for each of our areas so that on a regular basis, employees can view metrics and KPIs that are based on customer and employee operational needs. We also developed metrics that are used to tie performance to individual employee evaluations. And then we assisted the refuse collection revenue audit since we bill for integrated waste. They reviewed our policies and procedures, our rate application, and cash handling procedures. They made 3 recommendations that we completed as well. We documented all of our general customer service policies, such as applications for service, payment terms, disconnection of service. This document meets our SB 998 requirements, which is to post our disconnect policies online in 6 languages. We actually have 7 languages because Armenian is not one of the mandated ones, but we need to cover that as well for Glendale. So these are some of our current projects. The knowledge management system. This is a SharePoint site. It's been structured, and we are now moving all of our training materials, policies and procedures, statistics, the dashboards that I just talked about. All of those will be moved into the SharePoint site for all of the CSRs to be able to view. It'll be used as our internal communications site where we can post any type of announcements that they need to see, and they'll have a consistent message from us. The continuous landlord service agreement, this is something we've been working on for quite some time. It's actually a current process that we use now, but it's very manual and labor intensive. And this is where in a multifamily building, a tenant moves out and it automatically reverts to the landlord. And when I say automatic, it's really manual. A customer service rep is actually putting the landlord's name onto the account. We can now tie each unit to the landlord premise so that future move-outs, it'll automatically revert to the owner. Landlords can opt out of this if they'd like, if they do want the actual meters turned off, but we do find that most landlords want them left on for clean and show. The setup is pretty extensive, so each multifamily building in Glendale will have to be set up manually, but moving forward, it will be automatic, and it'll be very efficient for them. The telephone system upgrade that I've been discussing with you previously, we had our kickoff. We already have the calls being recorded in the new system. We'll be rolling out the scrape recording in the next few weeks. We've built our quality monitoring form within the system. It will automatically randomly choose calls that are going to be scored and sent to the customer service reps in advance before they meet with their supervisor. Once those are completed, we'll move on to the customer post-survey, the virtual queuing, and live chat. So for SB 998, we completed the disconnect policy portion of that requirement. There's a lot more work that needs to take place before it goes live in February. Part of that bill says that we cannot disconnect service for 60 days once a water bill has been delinquent for 60 days. So that lengthens out that process. So we're reworking and making modifications in the system and changing our notice policy for that. So we actually should be ready in January. So we'll definitely meet the February deadline. The new customer portal, this is a joint effort with business system support and marketing. This is something else I've been talking to you about for quite some time. We had our kickoff meeting. We're working on it right now, and it should be in place by the end of December. The following two slides show our productivity. I won't go through all of them, but there are a few areas of interest. So for customer service, the direct customer contacts, which includes the calls, cashier, and web contacts and front counter, we have a 12% increase in those combined contacts. The majority of them are due to the phone calls that were a result of the outage, but we also saw an increase in web contacts and front counter as well. And then something that we're very happy to see under billing and account maintenance, which includes some of our credit and collection activities, we saw a decrease in final notice disconnections and then payment arrangement request. We had about 0.6% decrease in final notices, 9.5% decrease in disconnections for non-payment, and 15% less payment arrangements requested from customers, so that's very good. For field services, we saw an increase in customers requesting a visit to their property by one of our field technicians. This is pretty common for the first quarter because we have a lot of move-ins and move-outs, but we also saw a 7% increase in customers asking them to come out to help them with high bill usage. Those were primarily due to leak notifications that they received through the Water Insight program, which is very popular. So we see that as a positive thing. The fire billing, that doesn't occur, it's an annual bill, so you won't have any information on that until the end of Q2. As far as our customer service metrics, our average talk time was just 3 minutes and 42 seconds. We're moving closer to our target. The average queue time, our wait time, was just 28 seconds. We only abandoned 2.8% of our calls, and our service level, we answered 80% within 30 seconds. This is only for our call center. This does not include the calls for the days that we had our outages. That's a separate split. We're working on creating a combined split so that we can see if we can actually merge those service levels together. We're doing very good in that area. I've talked about the contingency plan that we have for overflow calls where we ask the billing staff to answer calls. We're kind of fine-tuning that process because when we pull from the billing department, then we get backlogged in that billing section, which is just as important as answering calls. So we're still fine-tuning that process. As far as web request response, we responded to 97% within 48 hours. That too well exceeds our target. That was due to customer service reps working overtime during the outages, so they had the extra time to work in between calls. And then e-bill only customers, 15% of our customers are signed up for paperless. That's about a 6% increase over last year. We still want to see that be a higher number, and we do think that with the new customer service portal and all the features that it offers, we'll see a large increase during this fiscal year. And then billing accuracy, we just almost made our target at 99.93%. 99.9 is first quartile, but we did up that to 0.95. Just to give you an idea, that's about 29 accounts. So it's not a big number. We almost made the target. Those 29 accounts were due to estimation errors due to like a water meter that went dead, and then we had to estimate it. We estimated it too high or too low. And then right off to revenues, just 0.1%. We pretty much always do well in that area. We have a good, strong collection strategy. And then at the bottom, you can see the metrics for during the outage. So this covers July 24th and then September 3rd through the 12th, I believe, with an average queue of 1 minute and 21 seconds. Calls abandoned 15%, which is high, but if you think about how many calls come in all at once, it's still a pretty good number, I think. And the service level was 62% of calls were answered with 30 seconds. And that concludes my presentation.
I have a couple of questions. On the metrics, the first one, the average talk time, your target is 3:30. So my question is that realistic? Is that benchmark? Because it looks like we're not hitting that mark, for the last 3 years, I guess. Yeah.
That is the average. That is pretty typical for a call center for all industries. But it really depends on what is going on with your utility. So, for example, when we're bringing on different programs, under normal circumstances, I would say yes. But as we bring on new programs and we're asking staff to direct customers to Water Insight or to O-Power or to the mobile app, things like that, we don't want them to rush off the phone. So we're okay with them not meeting that. So it's not that would not be a measure that we would put towards their employee evaluation metrics unless it was, way out of line. But under normal circumstances, if we didn't have a new rate change or any new programs, then 3.5 minutes would be realistic.
Okay. And then secondly, just on and we're going to be talking about outages in just a bit, the matrix provided during our outage is, way off target. What are we doing to strengthen that performance, or do we need to do any additional training or so forth? What are your thoughts there?
Well, for the outages, to be honest, we just used the call center target for that. Okay. We don't have any specific targets for outages, but that's a good point.
Yeah, so maybe we look at a realistic target because it seems like we're way off target there.
Yeah, you're correct. I just used the regular call center targets.
Okay, got it. That's all I had.
Yeah, I have a question. In this customer service highlights table, you have this customer requests, which is like increasing each period. So why it is increasing? Is it good that it's increasing requests?
For the customers, the field service customer service requests?
Yeah, the first item in that table.
So I don't know if that's necessarily good. That's not really that's not tied to a target. That's just informational for our productivity. And for first quarter, because we have a lot of families that are moving in and out of apartment buildings, the first quarter is typically high. What I mentioned was we did have 7% more field visits due to the Water Insight program. So I do view that as something positive because customers are looking at their Water Insight. They're looking at the leak alerts, and those are customer side alerts. So they're getting a notification from us saying, you had continuous usage for over 24 hours, you may have a leak. And then if they can't find it, they're calling on us to help them. So I think the leak alerts are a positive thing. Did I answer that question
Thank
for
you. So it is negative. So
I see
when
that-
requests increase, there should be a reason for that.
And I would tell you, Mr. President, members of the commission, it's likely because people have more information now than they have ever had before. And that leak alert alone, Tammy said, I think it's a good thing. It is absolutely a good thing. It is one of the finest components of our automated metering system, and the one that I get more thanks than anything else for, and I'm sure Tammy and her staff do as well, is to be able to get people tuned into that, because a lot of times they have no idea. It's a sprinkler. Some people don't put two and two together that a running toilet will actually add up pretty substantially. So in a lot of ways, folks asking for more assistance and requesting these things is a good thing, because I believe it's because they have exposure to more information and are more aware of what the water and electricity utility services coming to their house are doing for them or not doing for them. So
The
I think
more
you're
they
gonna see
ask, more they get.
Yep. Excellent.
Okay.
Absolutely. Just as something Tammy said earlier about the programs, we're staying on the phone a little longer to explain the programs. To me, I take it as a positive. We have so many new programs rolling out and so many good programs that people want to know about them and want to get involved in them, and the staff is being able to direct them to those. Those two are a good thing. Not every call is a positive call, far from it, don't get me wrong. But I think the fact that we have more things coming out, more information, more ability for people to get a better awareness of what the utility does for them, what they want the utility to do for them.
Thank you for explanation.
And one positive way of viewing it is basically GWP is working with the customers, particularly with regards to leak detection and prevention of
Absolutely.
water waste.
Absolutely. And Tammy and her staff do an outstanding job in that area.
So, and this would be due to the smart meters that.
That's one
Yeah.
component.
Mhm.
Absolutely. That's a key. But we also set the IT foundation for all of these things. Whether it's the billing system, the meters are definitely a big plus in that particular area. And I think we still have a lot to learn about how the meters can help us even more. A lot of times when you have advanced automation, you don't quite. You keep scratching away and finding out more things that it can provide to you, and then you thus can provide that to your customers.
I think it's also an extension of when I get that letter that my neighbor is better than I am. That little.
I hate that letter.
We wanted to talk to you about that.
Yeah, right. I think that sparks conversation as well. I think which is a good thing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's move to the next item.
4B, electrical systems summer performance.
So, members of the commission, it is a much shorter presentation than I thought it might be at the end of the summer. Going into the summer, we were anxious, is the word I have used. Grayson, from a mechanical operability, reliability, and dependability standpoint, was the most vulnerable that we have ever seen it. Predictions were that it was going to be a fairly warm summer. We could expect, those extended periods, 3 to 5 days in a row of high heat with the temperature not going down at night, so we wouldn't get the relief. And fortunately for us, we had a rather mild summer. We didn't see those high heat. We had a couple, as is usual. I can remember multiple triple-digit days, and I think we had one this year so far. We did have, a few days lined up. Unfortunately, the timing of those days, combined with something that occurred that you're aware of, and Mr. Kadikian brought up, was an issue that occurred that wasn't related to the heat, although greatly exacerbated by the heat, and that was the Ross Boyne transformer, the substation accident we had in July. The main transformer was fine, and again, I refer back. I know Mr. Hahn did an excellent job in giving you a presentation on that. However, you got that presentation on the 5th, so a couple things have happened since then that I wanted to update you on. And I think he went over the fact that the main transformer itself was in good condition. It was an auxiliary transformer that was used to strictly run the cooling fans that failed. But it failed in the perfect way, I guess you would say, or not so perfect way, by blowing back into the main transformer and taking out the bushings and some of the distribution lines. That in turn had a cascading effect. It ultimately ended up also affecting the Shoal substation, where it burned 3 lines that we had coming out of that station. So if you remember me talking to you in the terms of Grayson, I used the term N1-1 as a contingency. This was N1-1 for the distribution system. This was it. For anybody who ever doubts or says, that could never happen, it happened right there. N1 was when Ross Boyne went down, N1-1 when the 3 cables failed. So we brought staff together, and they did just an outstanding job. And the engineers gathered with the field folks. First thing we did was to take care of the 3 cables. We took them out of the 3 separate conduits, combined them into one conduit, pulled that, and had that fixed in 24 hours. Crews did not go home. They did not break. They worked through 24 hours and got it done. And that was September 8th, I think, is when we finished that job, or September 9th on Sunday. We started on Saturday. And then about 2 weeks ago now, we completed the repairs to the transformer. So the bushings, we had to order those, long lead time. We got those in. And I can't tell you enough how thankful we are to the City of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, who helped us get through this. We don't have the internal resources. We don't have a transformer shop here of that for the main transformer. Obviously, LA is much bigger than we are, but they didn't hesitate to come and help us. So those bushings were all replaced. The transformer was tested and retested, and the oil tested, and our staff then went through the entire station, making sure alarms and alerts and everything was right, and we put it back in service, and it was holding full load and has since then. So that particular issue was taken care of. Everything has been fixed. Unfortunately, we did have to experience some 1-hour incremental rolling blackouts in about 25% of our customer base. It was in that one particular area served by both the Shoal station and the Ross Boyne station and the Howard station down here. So unfortunate, but and again, it occurs when the heat is the highest, and those were the times when the heat wasn't going down at night. So, but we got through that, and I think for the most part, I have to say, it's the same thing I said to the council. I was very proud not only of the staff and the great work that they did. They never stopped. Tammy mentioned she had a statistic up there. The statistic doesn't tell you the whole story, that these folks were answering the phones. They were here with call centers on the weekends. I had field staff that didn't want to leave. They just wanted to make sure this got done. Our dispatch folks doing a great job, and everybody scrambling. Los Angeles doing us a great service by coming in. But I have to tell you, you do get people frustrated and angry when it's hot and you don't have your air conditioning. I think it goes to show you, we had a couple folks, if you recall, that would come up and say, so we have blackout incidents when you get an N1-1 or an N1. I can tell you from us and for who was answering the phone, that's not acceptable here. That's not acceptable by anyone here. And most people handled it pretty well, though. I was proud of them. We had a couple people that went off the deep end, and we dealt with that. But for the most part, I think the residents were understanding and were supportive, although frustrated as we were too. But I think all in all, we learned a lot, lesson-wise, which is important. But I know there was a lot of things thrown out there that this was deferred maintenance, and it was because we weren't funding maintenance. Wrong. This is not about deferred maintenance. The transformer was fine. It was a perfect storm incident where the auxiliary transformer blew. That happens. I can tell you that it happens probably 3 to 4 times a summer when it gets hot with pole-mounted transformers. So that wasn't the issue. Certainly, we'd like to keep up on our infrastructure and keep pushing harder and investing more in it, and we will continue to do that, but that wasn't a case here. And believe me, it had nothing to do with the finances. If anything, it has to do with the sheer amount of time and men and women that I have to do the work. And so we are investing heavily, and you all saw that. You saw that in our budget, in the pro formas that we gave you for the rate increases, and we have a pay-per-go capital system. So that's kind of nonsense when that's the issue that came up. It happens. It happens. These things happen. You guys over the weekend probably saw the transformers explode in Huntington Beach at a substation there. Very dangerous situation there. That was the main transformers that exploded. We were very fortunate, and we had men at the station, just so you know. That was the big thing. We had one individual who was as close as I ever want to see any of my staff in a situation like that. And we were very fortunate and lucky. That's the most important thing that came out of all of that. He's okay. The rest of it we'll fix. The rest of it we'll have to roll up our sleeves, and everybody will have to tolerate it for a little bit. But the most important thing was he was safe and everybody else was safe, and that's what we're in this business to do, is to make sure that we provide the quality utility service, but we do it safely, reliably, both for our customers and for our staff. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And hopefully we're out of the heat. It's staying a little warmer, but and I know I was told you, as you probably recall, October usually has been one of the hotter times of the year. I think one of our hottest days was button up right against Halloween. So I think we're going to be okay. We look at the Farmer's Almanac and projections as far ahead as we can, but I think we've done okay. And fortunately, it's really cooling off at night, which is a great help. The system really cools down. If people turn those air conditioners off when they go to bed at night, that helps us tremendously. So
the auxiliary transformer in Rosemoyne has been repaired, fixed, changed?
Well, the auxiliary transformer was the easy part. It was the damage done to the main transformer. Right, so that's all been completely fixed. Okay. Yes.
I think next week is going to be hot too. That's why I'm asking.
It's going to be a little warmer, yeah, but we're still looking at, you're looking at the 80s. We're fine. I mean, the system is running really, really well. Like I said, my concern was all down on Airway in Fairmont, where I was worried about where we were going to have some issues. But we were very fortunate in that supply-wise and generation-wise, we were okay.
Thank you. Do you have a question?
Yeah. So over the last 2.5 years or so, with the repowering of the Grayson project and all of the conversations about how our electrical system is going to change with the RFP, I'm just curious. With the RFP process now basically done, I understand that there's some battery storage. There's also some distributed energy as part of that. Would a situation like this, say 5 years from now, once the responses from the RFP have been actually implemented as part of our electrical grid, would a situation like this play out differently?
I seriously doubt it.
It's just the same.
Right.
Okay.
You're talking about, you're on the other side of the power plant. So this is the distribution side of the business. Yes. So however you generate, whatever you generate, or the way that you import your power, or whatever type of power that is, you're getting it here and generating it wasn't the issue. It was distributing it. So we had all the power we needed. We just couldn't get it to people because we had lost part of our distribution system, or a key component of our distribution system. But I will say, I'm glad you brought that up, because we do need to think about it when something like this happens, and it can happen at the power plant, that we make sure we have the contingency resources to make sure that we don't get into this situation.
I'm very pleased to hear that LADWP was quick to jump in and help you, and I know that those relationships don't get established during a crisis. It takes a long time to develop those good working relationships. So the city benefited from that, so that's good news. I used to live in the Eastern Sierra and have a lot of friends up there, and they've been going through a series of blackouts due to weather. And because of the current concerns from the last few years with liability on utilities from wildland fires, Edison has been, when an anticipated wind event, they're just shutting the power off. And so I see it on email and Facebook from my friends up there, and they're struggling with it. The utility is struggling with it because what's perceived, and probably is true, is a poor job of communicating to the public. They'll put something out that say, hey, it might happen, and then power goes out, and people are stuck. And I think that probably is not going to be as big a problem here, but could. But when there are anticipated outages or there are actual outages, the more information that gets out to the consumers in a variety of ways reduces a lot of concern from the point of the public. Because if I'm notified power's out, it's going to be out for, we think, 2 hours, then I can plan around that. But if I don't know when it's going to go out, so I know the GWP works on that, but whatever can be done to communicate when problems are anticipated or occur, I think is a true benefit to the customers.
I absolutely agree. And when I refer to we learned a lot of things from it. Most of those were in the communication and the outreach. It caught us by surprise, I have to be honest with you. When the heat rose and we were in that situation, we didn't initially realize that we had lost the cabling, but when that all came to fruition, it was a pretty quick turnaround. We needed to push the system down. We have certain limits that we can reach and maintain, and then we have to begin to shed load. But we certainly have been talking about, working on, and will continue to work on the notification part of it and communication part of it.
Yeah, Mr. Zern, I have a question. Sure. I'd like to ask about your inventory strategy. In power systems, usually you have to do power system reliability study to decide about critical inventory items. So what is your strategy of inventory?
Well, and I assume you mean how much of the spare parts do we keep in a warehouse here? Is that, yeah.
How do you decide what item to keep?
Well, a lot of it has to do with what's the history of our need to have certain things. What's the availability? In other words, is it something that we can get rather quickly, so no need for us to put it on our shelf? If somebody else has it on their shelf, it can get it here. How do our other fellow utilities do things? Maybe a little bit different philosophically than we do, but certainly something we could take advantage of, because we have done that. We have bought things. And let me back up for a second, because I'd be remiss. I certainly credited the city of Los Angeles, well-deserved. Also the city of Burbank. The wire that we used to make that repair on the 8th came from Burbank. We did not have that wire. We had run out of it, and they provided it to us. So those are some things, if we know we can, through mutual aid, rely on some different things. A transformer of this size is not something we've ever kept in an inventory situation, and the bushings either. The bushings, for a lot of people who've worked here for over 30 years, never saw a bushing be replaced. Our friends in the city of LA said, man, we're going to order some bushings because we've never ordered those and had those on hand.
What are bushings?
These are the connections on top of the transformer that are porcelain, and they're the ones that were damaged. So that's where the lid of the auxiliary transformer went into and broke them. Essentially it. So those two things have had us rethinking our strategy. So it's very possible, because we're looking at, to what extent do we have a lot of different kinds of transformers, and so does it make a lot of sense to keep one? But we've been seriously looking at having an auxiliary transformer or an extra transformer on site, and also to order the bushings as well. Most every other thing that we have in our distribution system and for our routine maintenance is pretty well taken care of. Our warehousing operation stays on top of it, working with the field folks. But generally speaking, we don't have an issue that arises where we're lacking for maintenance and operation type parts to complete our maintenance. And also, we've been very lucky that our counterparts in East and West have been able to help us when we've really needed it. But when it comes to something like the size of a transformer, you're talking about $1 million piece of equipment that we'll put on a shelf. But we're still going to need somebody to take it out there and install it. This is a huge piece of equipment, but having it there, And that's why we're very lucky. As I said, this transformer wasn't damaged. It was good. If it had been damaged, we might have had a real problem. But to have one that gave us enough of thought about it to think, to contemplate whether we would have one of those in the warehouse in case one was to go bad. And again, I refer back to what happened over the weekend. There's one that exploded, and it can happen. So that and these bushings, they're certainly something I think we're going to look at putting in our warehouse.
I strongly suggest and recommend to do a power system reliability study. This is not something new. So ANSI standards, the gold standard, they call it, has good statistics. Each item, how long it takes to repair. It comes from decades of military statistics. So then you don't have to buy everything and have inventory. You have to investigate how fast you can get it from somewhere. This is in the study as well. Mm-hmm. So this reliability study gives a good measure what inventory to have, how fast you can get it, what would be the effect if you can get it, and that sort of stuff. So I'm recommending to do that.
We actually are in the initial stages of putting together a master plan for our capital program, which includes condition assessment, inventory, and we'll talk to the staff and see if that's something we could incorporate into that as well. I mean, we're going to have a big focus on poles and transformers just going through, as every utility is facing that you read in the paper. It's getting to be about that time. Poles and transformers have a defined life. They're outdoors all constantly, and so we want to systematically go through and set some pretty lofty goals. But it's very important for us to at least not very basic infrastructure and go through and replace that. But certainly something we can look at. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're all.
Just one more comment.
Okay.
Just on the back end, thank you, Steve, and the team for getting to that issue. Just on a communication, do we plan on providing just an update on what happened, what we're doing about it, so that the community is aware of the efforts and that type of post-com?
On September 10th, I gave a presentation to the City Council, and we posted that presentation as well. And our social media has carried the updates on the repairs, and I believe our website as well. We've kept those updates there as well.
Okay. Do we have any cards?
No, we don't.
No?
No.
Okay. Adjourn.
No.
Agenda.
Oh, yeah, forecast. So you want to have that item in the forecast? Update?
No. I was asking about this particular. I was asking about the issue on if there was any post-communication on the incident.
Well, if you like, we can put it in.
No, I'm
okay.
fine.
All right. Any suggestion?
So I see that our legislative update has moved to next month. I think following on my question about Grayson and the RFP, when is the demolition of the current Grayson site scheduled for, even tentatively? And are we going to get updates on, where we are in the project timeline?
You will get updates. We don't have any firm. We're still negotiating with some of the distributed energy firms. The limited notices to proceed for the engines and the batteries have been issued, and they're working on their requirements with AQMD primarily, and so I'm not anticipating that we're going to have anything of substance back before the next year.
Okay.
And the demolition, I'd love it to begin next year, but we'll see how it all goes.
2020 is such a great number.
It is a great number. 2020 was sort of the number I had settled on, but
right.
it's gonna be a pretty monumental task for us to be able to break ground by then. That would be my goal, but I think the more likelihood is that we'll be doing it somewhere around 2021.
Okay.
So that's just a rough number for right now. But yeah, well, I don't anticipate we'll probably be back to you folks with any real substantive information till after the first of the year at least.
Okay.
And everything is going well. It's progressing, so.
Okay.
Based on the direction we got from the council on the previous items, the same things that you generally saw. So we're positive things are moving. We've had a tremendous reaction from the industry. And it's been a very positive reaction. And so we are the darlings of a lot of the green energy publications and groups. We're getting invited to speak at a lot of places, and some of our friends in the utility business are looking at us with one eye closed, because what did you guys do? Yeah. But here we go.
Yeah, thanks
Good.
for nothing, guys. I can imagine that.
Shouldn't we be communicating that out to the public and
Yeah,
let
I
them
mean,
know?
I think I would love it if you would share those clippings with the commission. I think if they can be shared with the commission, that would be great. I mean, we were all very engaged in the process in one form or another, and I think we'd really love to see kind of what happened afterward.
Well, it's a good story.
Yeah, it's a good story, so we'd love to see the, I'd
Been a
love
good
to see
story.
those clippings.
Been a good story.
And
We're
even
taking
if-
advantage of it.
Yeah, and even if the update is, well, we're still working on everything, and we'll come back, again in another 3 months or quarterly with an update and let you know how things are unfolding, we would just like to stay in the loop on that. So
I would agree.
that's good news, and let's share the good news.
So you like to do that? I mean,
No, I don't. I'm not any more than I just told you right now. I won't
Yeah,
have
there's
until
nothing
after the
more to
first of the
say.
year.
Okay.
We went up to December, and then we're gonna come back in January. We'll figure out where that meeting's gonna be, because how's it conflict with New Year's? It does. So we'll
Okay.
talk about January meeting. There we'll lay out the new schedule
Okay.
for the upcoming calendar year, and I can give you a better idea where that we might plug it in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because I can give you verbal updates like this, which says we're still going.
Yeah. It's
That's,
still-
I was trying to think of something a little more substantive for you, and that would probably be more like, next year, maybe even early spring.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second.
okay, adjourn.